Send you what? A memory kit? I need them for testing, so no. I have too many tabs. Okay, yeah, that's solved. I think we're gonna be starting with some Y Cruncher, because like the last kit was the King Bank kit, and that didn't. I mean, it did okay, but like you couldn't run DDR5-8000 on it, so yeah, the plan. Like, I'm not 100% certain that I'll be able to get DDR5-8000 fully stable on this kit, but getting it to run Y Cruncher should be absolutely trivial. Why is it so slow? What's it doing? So wait, my previous record was 1330, yeah, 13.374. And I think I need to get into like the high or mid 12s to get top 20. I mean, at stock, the performance obviously isn't great. I mean, XMP isn't great, but... Where's the Y Cruncher rankings? Yeah, I need to get into the 12s. Yeah, I need to get at least a 12.815 to get into the top 20. It should be doable. Notable difference between 2x16 die and 2x24 die? Not really. They run very similar timings. Like, the main difference is that, like, die has looser TRFC, but you can run, like, if you're running maxed out TREFI, that just, like, really doesn't mean anything. We're gonna go straight to, wait, this is the Infinity Fabric frequency. It's not the memory multiplier. I think we're gonna start with 7600, which on this board is like very easy. And we'll work from there. And we're on die. So actually I'll start with like 38, 48, 48, 44. Which means 92. We're gonna minimize this. That's the wrong direction. There we go. Max that out. TRFC. I think we'll just start with 800. I can't remember what the minimum is. 16 on that. 12, 8, 16. Alright, we can't do 16. It's AMD. I'll leave that alone for now. I think, yeah, at 7600 that should be fine. And honestly, I think the auto voltages will actually work for this. Yeah, so that just booted right up. I'm kind of interested to see how how this will compare against the dual rank setup. I think it'll be slower. At 7600. No, in performance, I think it'll just be slower. You can always be wrong about that. Yeah, it's not by much, but it is a bit slower. Because the dual rank setup was like CL28 at 6400 or something. Actually, it might have been tighter than that. Like, that was pretty close to maxed out, where this is like random settings that I think should work from memory. Behave different from conventional packaging? No. Or like, there's nothing special about it. I don't get why people get so weirded out by the, like, number. Like, it's not like it's a 3 gig memory stick, and even that wouldn't be particularly weird. Right? Like, at the end of the day, the memory, like, the memory array is an array. It has rows and it has columns, right? And like, I don't actually work in memory chip manufacturing, but I would assume that it's actually arbitrary how many rows and columns you have in your memory array. Actually, I think the columns aren't arbitrary, those are fixed, but like, how many rows you have, as far as I know, is just kind of like it's just like a convention that it's like, oh yeah, we go, like, the fact that it's always been just a nice clean multiple. Actually, 24 is still a multiple of 2. It's not a square of 2, or like, it's not a power of 2. There. It is a multiple of 2, it's not a power of 2. Like, the fact that it's been always a power of 2 is just like, that was just a convention that the manufacturers agreed on. And, like, now, manufacturing higher and higher density memory chips is getting kind of complicated. So instead of, you know, going from 16 gigs straight to 32, they were like, you know, it would be kind of convenient to have something in between that isn't quite so big in terms of manufacturing, and so we have 24 gig memory chips. As far as the memory controller is concerned, it looks like it's just like an addressing difference. Single rank? No, single rank doesn't run tighter timings. Single rank clocks higher. Very specifically, it just clocks higher. Now with DDR5, you can generally, oh, and also you have the back-to-back timings on single rank are tighter, but that's like Like, that's not dual rank, it's like, dual rank has extra timings that are worse than single rank. But like at the same clock speed, dual rank is generally still slightly faster. It's just that dual rank doesn't clock anywhere near as high. And also I didn't mash the delete key hard enough. Okay, 7600, well, we'll go to 7800 next. Actually, oh, so, fun fact, you can actually synchronize the Infinity Fabric to 7800, and the way you do that is you go, where was it? Not here. No, wait. Oh, it's under AMD overclocking, isn't it? Yep. Because for some reason, the motherboard manual... Wait, nope. It's not there. Why is it not there? Gigabyte? I've definitely seen the setting in this BIOS. Where is it? Is it under SoC miscellaneous? No. No, there's a 1950 megahertz Infinity Fabric divider, and it's buried somewhere in the like AMD standard settings. And motherboard manufacturers love hiding it for some reason. Like, as far as I know on Asus, it's actually impossible to like find. Actually, but I've definitely seen it on this motherboard. I just can't remember where. There's also a 1900 ratio. And I don't know where they put it. No, these are just timings, Wes. Oh, there it is. Yeah. See? And it's like, so you have, like, if you go through the main Gigabyte menu, you have 1800, and then it skips straight to 2000. Which is wrong. Like, you have 1967, 1960, 1950, 1933, 1920. These don't actually synchronize to anything, so I don't know why they exist. This synchronizes to 7600, and this synchronizes with 7800. So yeah, I don't know why those aren't available. Though on Gigabyte, yeah, you can hit the insert key and that'll put it in your favorites menu. So then you get like the full range of Infinity Fabric dividers instead of just these ones over here, which you'll see that that doesn't go to 1950. I think I need to put this on auto if I want this to work. So that should work. We'll also test 2200. I'm pretty sure for Y-Cruncher 2200 actually ends up being faster, but we'll find out when we get to that. Yeah, this looks good. No, I heard from somebody who owns a Gene that, like, Asus went out of their way to hide that setting. As in, they couldn't find it. They told me to look for that setting based on, like, having it on an MSI board. MSI also hides it. Like, again, you need to dig through submenus to find it instead of it being, you know, with all the other memory settings as far as I know. But then they, like, that person upgraded to a Gene because they got annoyed that their high-end MSI motherboard wouldn't go above 7800. And yeah, they got a Gene and it's like, yep, there's no 1950 divider. Or at least they didn't manage to find it. No, it's not that they don't want you touching the Infinity Fabric. Like, you can make your system unstable by using the readily available options that you get. Easily. It's just that for whatever reason the 1950 divider isn't available. And the board actually just doesn't respect the setting. That is so stupid. Now, 6200 CL32 can be 16 gigabit M die, but like these days that's getting very rare. Oh. Damn it, Gigglebyte. Why are you like this? Oh, wait, I bet it's not going to override, because... Nah, Micron is like, Micron at 6200 is like 3442. It doesn't, like, one of the defining features of Micron memory chips is weirdly high cast latency. Well, as you're talking like 6000, but I think even in 6000 it's like 34. And if I can't get the 1950 divider working, that'll actually be kind of annoying. Is the IMC always desynced? No, in 2-to-1 mode you can actually synchronize it. Oh, so you managed to find that. That's cool. I guess I'll tell Aaron that it's in SMU common options. Anyway, so now it's at 1800, which, okay, fair enough. Now let's see if I can somehow get it to override to 1950. One-to-one with, like, DDR5-4000? Yeah, but the performance is trash. I tried that back at launch. Like, I tried that, like, when Ryzen first came out. I tried messing with that. It's terrible. It's super-duper slow. Don't do that. It's bad. right now, 6030, 30, 36, 36 has to be Hynix. There's no other options for what it could be right now. Well, actually, I guess technically it could be Samsung, but you're not going to get that in like 24 gig DIMMs or 48 gig DIMMs. And also, I've never actually seen a manufacturer bin Samsung to do 6000 CL30 XMP. Like, I know you can overclock Samsung to do that, but I've never seen it as an XMP spec. Wait, what orange text says oops? Yeah, and I don't always manage to fix all the spec information there. Please tell me my Infinity Fabric setting actually applied. It did not. Ah, gigabyte. Okay, well, we'll just skip to DDR5-8000 then. Corsair bins Samsung to 6032. Or Micron. I think that might be Micron, isn't it? You have to set your main... Yeah, I tried that earlier. It just, like, when I set it to auto, it just goes to 2000 again. Unless, like, I have to use auto and then change this at the same time. I bet it's back up at 2000 again. In which case we can just go to 8K. Yep. Yeah, the gigabyte setting overrides it. Well, that sucks. I wonder if ASRock also does this. No, it is real, but, like, Gigabyte, I think the BIOS overrides it because ARIN managed to run 1950. Like, ARIN has Zen timing screenshots with 100 BCLK running 1950 Infinity Fabric. Might be an AGSA thing. But Aaron was using an MSI motherboard for that. So I didn't, like, it might just be like an MSI has it implemented differently, so it works on MSI. Wait, why would you need 2 volts for 4000 CL20? This ain't DDR2. Like, 4000 CL20 would probably work at like 1.4 volts. If you could set CL20, which I don't think is supported by any DDR5. Yeah, I don't think... Well, anything below CL22 probably just isn't supported by the memory controllers. Man, I was kind of hoping that, like, the DDR5-8000 alone would be enough for getting into the 12s. Apparently not. Like, we're still behind that dual rank setup that was in 1-to-1 mode. Oh, finally. Oh, I guess that was a thing, yeah, that 1-to-1 mode run was with very high FCLK. Okay, 1323. Pretty quick. Yeah, so that's... Well, that's still not... still isn't moving me up the rankings, though. Anyway, I think what I'll try next is... Why isn't the Windows... What are you doing? I kind of want to try bump the BCLK up. Do you tick stress FPU in Karu? No. Is there a reason I keep using this board? I'm too lazy to take it off the test bench. That's basically it. Like, I have... Yeah, like, I have other boards, but, like... They're not... Well, okay, so it is actually just straight up better than, say, the ASRock boards or Asus boards that I have on hand. So that helps. But I do have other Gigabyte boards that I could use. But, well, don't feel like swapping boards. Because, like, in my experience, all the Gigabyte boards behave very similarly. So it's like you use this one, and there are exceptions to that. Like, Gigabyte has some, like, very low-end motherboards now on AM5 that are, like, on 4-layer PCBs, and I would assume that those are trash. But, yeah, among the boards that I have, and like I don't even have any of the 6-layer PCB Gigabyte boards. Like all of the ones I have are 8-layer PCBs with the same memory topology, except the Tachyon. But the Tachyon is like I don't like using it because it's like not relevant to anybody because you can't buy one. Yeah. That's kind of that. I'm sure that, man, I'll bump the TRCD just in case. Any plans on Ryzen 8000 APUs? Yeah, if they weren't so damn expensive, I'd have one. Because, like, I was looking at the thing is the 8700G in the UK is like £300, which is a lot for a CPU that, like, isn't, like, it's not very relevant from, like, you wouldn't actually build a system around it, because, like, even at DDR5 whatever, and, like, it'll just lose to regular Ryzen's because it has less L3 cache. And you wouldn't buy it for the iGPU because, like, an i5 or i3 with a dedicated GPU is just going to be faster anyway, so it's like it looks it's an interesting toy CPU. But at £300, it's a very expensive toy. Man, I wasn't expecting it to actually work with the BCLK overclock. I was kind of worried that that would, like, immediately kill the stability, but... it actually runs. The performance hasn't really changed, but... Why, if I want to run a 102 BCLK, what's the FCLK going to be at? Right now we're at like 2186 or something. I don't think above 2200 has much chance of working, but I guess we can try. I think 10 megahertz above 2200 is probably going to be fine. Alternatively, I could also run 1.016. Like that. Like, of the new CPUs that AMD like released, I ended up buying a 5700X3D, because overclocking that I think is like more useful than overclocking an 8700G, even though it's going to be like way clunkier to do because it's not meant to be overclockable. But I think also there will be a lot more headroom. Because, like, the max boost is 4.1 gigahertz to start with. So, yeah, then again, it is entirely possible that the silicon on those chips is really, really terrible. You know, I kind of love how on Ryzen you can run like well over 8000 without even really trying on the new AGSIs, though it does kind of depend on the CPU. My 7900X is significantly weaker than this chip. Or, well, significantly. The 7900X will like do 7800. Okay, so we are now at the limits of the memory controller. Able to do much about this, though. Performance boost an OC on the 5700X3D would give. I'm hoping to be able to get the chip to boost past what a 5800X3D does. That's like kind of my goal for it, is like I want to have the chip run at like 4.6. What are my voltages? They're at 1.4 on everything. I'll try lower that maybe. What do you think about the Asus X670E? I'm assuming the you mean the A Strix. Does it have ECLK overclocking? Like, personally, with AM5, unless you really can't, like, if you just want overclocking features, the B650 Taichi Lite sort of ticks all of the boxes. You recommend buy Expo memory? Personally, I literally do not bother checking if a memory kit comes with XMP or Expo at all. So I kind of want to know if maybe like 101 with 2200 BCLK might not, FCLK might not work. Because 101 at 2166 worked really well. Then more than 2200 FCLK is going to be a lot. Can't clock to 4.5? We'll see. But I don't, like, the thing is the CPU manufacturers, when they bin CPUs, they leave a lot of headroom. Like, there is a great big fat safety margin. So, like, 5800X3Ds are not maxed out at 4.5, and 5700X3Ds... Like, we'll see. But yeah, I'd like to get the chip to run 4.6. Probably not for all core load, but we'll see. And I have apparently crashed the FCLK. Really hard. So I just straight up don't use Curve Optimizer at all. I think it's stupid and a waste of time. Did it recover, or? Oh, I think it's... Oh, it might be in, like, limp mode right now. We'll try 100.05. Because Y-Cringer seems to scale really well with the FCLK right now, so, you know... A little bit more. Also, it gives me a little bit more CPU clock. Though, at 0.5%, that's not really much. So, the main issue with the Curve Optimizer is that it tends to crash at idle rather than in stress tests, which is the main reason I think it's stupid, because I'd love to know how you're going to verify that the CPU isn't going to crash at 1% load. That's the thing that I never, like, that's the biggest problem I see with Curve Optimizer, is how do you prove that it's not going to crash at 1% load? Because you can't run a stress test for that. I think this might not be stable. Leave it idle. No, you need to actually do something. That's the thing, is like, it can sit on desktop like perfectly happy. And then you go run something and it suddenly doesn't work anymore. Capacity of a GPU VRM? Is it discrete MOSFETs or power stages? And really, like, the funny thing is the current handling capabilities of a VRM are, like, very dependent on how much cooling you throw at it. Power stages. Well, then you look up the data sheet. And then, like, as a general rule of thumb, like, 2 watts per component isn't too bad thermally. And then once you start going above 2 watts, you really need to start thinking about what you're cooling it with and how. So my main complaint for Curve Optimizer is that even at like minus 35 on my 7800X3D, it made the CPU at best like 3% faster. And at minus 35, it wasn't stable. So it was not stable, and it was only like 3% faster, which is like, well, that's a waste of time, isn't it? Because obviously, you might say like, oh, you should have run less of a negative offset, and it's like, yeah, but then it's even less of a performance difference. Right? So like, either you run a curve optimizer that basically doesn't change performance, and then it won't potentially cause stability issues, or you run a curve optimizer that's potentially very, like, you know, you really pushing against the limits of the stability, and the performance still didn't really change very much, so I don't know why you'd ever want to do that. So this does seem to actually work, so I guess I'll just work with it. I think 42 should... Nah, that might be a bit low. Let's start with 44. Actually, I should be able to run like TRCD46 with that. I don't think TRP scales with voltage. We'll start with this, and then... I think this should be enough for 34. So, almost 1.5 volts stock is actually just how Ryzen runs. Like, that's the default voltage behavior from AMD. That's how they get that very high single core boost. Well, it's not impossible that... Well, I don't... So, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that Zen 5 is going to use the same I/O die that we have right now. That doesn't mean AMD might not make some minor adjustments to it, but I really doubt we're going to see, like... Because, like, going from 3000 series to 5000 series, it was the same I/O die, and the memory controller was the same. Like, it literally did not change at all. So I would assume Zen 5 is going to be the same thing. Well, that didn't really do very much for the performance. .1 on what CPU? That sounds kinda high for a 13900K. Like, you should be able to get into the 7s quite easily, unless your OS is, like, completely full of garbage. No, core performance boost is AMD's stock boost algorithm. Every single Ryzen motherboard I've ever tested with like 5000 series, 3000 series, they go all the way up to like 1.47. And some of them will even read out 1.5, but I kind of think that might be a sensor error. Apparently the auto setting seems to be faster. Or I let the cooler warm up too much. And cheap Chinese CPU plus motherboard combos. I mean, I've heard of them, but I've never tried one. I was kind of hoping to avoid having to overclock the CPU. Because the cores don't really go very far. That's interesting. Wait, I wonder if Zen Timings picks up on the BCLK overclock. I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't have large pages enabled. Yeah, I'll check that. I'm relatively certain though that everybody in the top 20 is running static core clocks and not auto. At least it looks like it. Because, like, there's a dice score at 5.7, as in, like, dry ice. There's a 5.4, 5.3, 5.7, 5.4. Wait, there isn't large pages for this. Yeah, but what settings the CPU is running in the BIOS kind of doesn't matter. Wait, lock pages in memory, GP, edit. What? No, literally, if you run Ryzen CPUs on auto, they run very high voltages. That's completely normal unless you have an X3D chip. I can't believe we have to go over this several years after Ryzen 3000 launched, because already Ryzen 3000 was running at 1.5 volts. Actually, even first gen Ryzen ran like extremely high stock voltages. I'm pretty sure 2000 series was hitting up to like 1.55 on auto. Yeah, well, looks like time for manual overclocking. Why Crunch complains about the down mitigations? Wait, yeah, but what do I need to do to get rid of that? Lock pages in memory. Yeah, but where do I run that? Or like, what does that even mean? You have to understand, I really don't do OS tweaks. Yeah, but what voltage the CPU is in at idle or in the BIOS is just like, doesn't matter. What? No, the music is from me. I made it. Funnily enough, I don't listen to any electronic... Well, yeah, no, I don't really listen to electronic music. 13... Oh, man, so close to 12s. Just need more... Actually, like, it should just be a matter of just bumping the core clocks a bit more, and I should do it. It's just whatever, like, multiplication circuitry AMD decided to implement for the memory controller. And they implemented 66 megahertz steps, because I guess they just like that number or something. Wait, but the whole point of the ProArt boards from Asus is, like, the PCIe slot configuration. Why would you switch to a Gigabyte? Like, Gigabyte literally doesn't have a single board that matches the feature set of a ProArt. So, if you bought a ProArt and you're not using the feature set, like, evidently you don't buy motherboards based on, like, a logical thought process. Then again, if what the BIOS looks like is gonna sway your freaking purchasing decisions. Like, I guess that goes into that as well. Actually, I guess if you don't know how RAM works... No, but like here, it says 8,000 mega transfers per second. Yep. AMD has massive memory controller problems, which is why, like, literally the only DDR5-8000, like, stable DDR5-8000 video on my entire YouTube channel is with an AMD CPU. And funnily enough, I think I have only one video of an Intel CPU not... Oh, come on. It's gonna keep teasing me about not going under 13. But I have like one video with an Intel CPU at like 7800. And that was a massive pain in the ass. And I bet if I tried to do those settings again, they wouldn't work. Dude! What the hell? Okay, screw it. We're just raising the core clocks again. I'm not dealing with this. I mean, tried listening to music video. Oh, you mean the Infinity Fabric stability test? Small system hangs. What's your Infinity Fabric at? Oh, well, if you run 4 memory sticks, you're kind of just screwing yourself. DDR5 spec should have just not included like multiple DIMM slots on a memory channel. Should just not have been part of the spec. Screw anybody who wants to do actual work. 2000 FCLK at 1.15 SoC. Huh. Okay, you really shouldn't be having Infinity Fabric stability problems. Unless the BIOS did something really dumb with the VDDG voltages. DDR5-5000 with 4x16 works. 4x32, I don't know. It probably doesn't. Because 4x32 is like that's the main reason why the DDR5 spec shouldn't support multiple memory slots. Well, 4x32 with like dual rank DIMMs. Technically, if you wait long enough, we're gonna get 32 gig DIMMs that are single rank. Finally! Unfortunately, not good enough for top 20 yet. Yeah, because for top 20, I need a 12.8, like, 1.4. And we're at 12.996. Yeah. Well, it's not like I have the memory timings perfected just yet. I haven't tried 2x48 on Ryzen yet, but if you're in 1-to-1 mode, it should be very easy. We're not gonna jump to that just yet. Nah, the DDR5-8000 settings are not gonna work for you. Or at least I wouldn't expect them to work. Are you gonna do 2x48? I'm not sure if soon is the right word to use, but I will do it eventually. Maybe sometime this month. Are the BZ memory slots? No, that's the Z690 Master. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Timing's too tight. I wonder what did it. What got you into producing music? I like music. I listen to a lot of music. I like basically anything that I like. It's like I'd like to do that too. And music is one of the more easily accessible things that it's like, oh yeah, I'd like to do that too. Right? It's not like, oh, I'd like to drive a fast car, where it's like cars are expensive. Especially fast ones. And then you need to get, like, need to go on a racetrack if you actually want to, like, not have to deal with traffic, right? Well, I don't think those changed, so logically the issue has to be... Actually, I don't even think it's that. I think it's either this or this. What is 100 degrees Fahrenheit in, like, actually useful measurement units? It's like 37. That's really cool, though. Why would it crash at a 38? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I regularly stress test memory sticks at like 50. Or higher even sometimes. You know what? I might try doing DDR5-8000 without a fan. Just to get all the... just to prove a point. It's gonna be interesting, though. Because, yeah, I guess mainly I'm not gonna be able to run TREFI super high. Well, it helped a little bit. Uh, 6000 CL30 kit 36 tends to be Samsung. They can be tightened, but... like, so I don't know, I think this might be fixed at this point, but Samsung was kind of notorious for causing stability issues. Alright, so it was run... and pumps. Now what? Wait, what? I've literally never used the group policy stuff in Windows. So that'll be BZ no video, won't it? Wait. Is it? And now it won't complain? Oh, I think I might have to restart. Yeah. I do actually want to retest Samsung, because I heard from somebody that it like works really easily at 6400 1-to-1 on Ryzen with the newest AGSAs, but I haven't like checked that myself yet. Would be cool if it did. And that did nothing. No, running it right after starting Windows generally actually isn't the best. I want to try something. I'm gonna try just like flush the memory. Yeah, that way it's easier for me to tell. Okay, that released it. Because I have seen that actually affect some benchmarks, where if you like quickly run something that eats all the RAM and then let it go, you get like a brief moment where Windows like gets out of the way. Okay, that made it worse. When you run and to absolute, you get 9 memory controller errors. Yeah, I would not consider that stable at all then. Oh, I think just having Karhu open makes stuff run slower. Wait, do I have HCI on here? No. Oh well. Because I'll just have to push the CPU harder. Is it worth to... So the thing about memory instability is that you won't know that, like, your OS is breaking files until one day your OS doesn't want to load. Right? Because, like, you can run very unstable memory settings and, like, run stuff. And the only real symptoms you might see, like, relatively quickly is things being a bit weird sometimes. Like, some applications kind of crashing for no reason. But, like, you won't... Like, unstable memory settings aren't, like there's varying degrees of unstable memory. And on one end, you have literally cannot use the system because it'll crash if you sneeze on it. Or even just look at it. And then on the other end, you have the system being kind of weird, and then after like a year of usage in that condition, the OS just falls apart. What kind of stress test passes would you consider 100% stable? So for my daily system, which funnily enough hasn't been stress tested, but I have faith in my own settings, which I've tested on a bunch of other motherboards that are very similar, so I should still stress test them, but anyway. But if I didn't have faith in the settings that I'm running, like if I wanted to run, like after I do a BIOS update, I'm kind of considering maybe trying to daily like DDR5-6000 CL24 or something, some other silly memory overclock like that. And when I decide to do that, what I'm gonna do is probably like at least an hour of Y-Cruncher VT3, Probably actually 2. Well, depends what kind of FCLK I want to run and if I'm going for like high memory speed or not. But at least an hour of Y-Cruncher, VT3. I might throw LinPack at it, though with Ryzen, I don't think LinPack really is a problem to run. Especially compared to Y-Cruncher. Like, if Y-Cruncher passes, I don't see any reason why LinPack wouldn't. And then, like, Karhu, memory test overnight. I might also do HCI. Or maybe TestMem. No, I don't generally run TestMem5 on my daily system. It's too jank. It's a good stress test. Like, it will verify if your system is stable or not, but man, it is a really clunky piece of software. Well, the issue is, I don't think the CPU has that much headroom. LinPack is hotter than VT3? Not really. VT3 has like a higher peak temperature, and LinPack is more like a higher average temperature. But the like heavy CPU stress tests, I usually only run those for like an hour. But like my daily system doesn't generally see 100% load. Basically, the heaviest thing my daily system does is like live stream Need for Speed on Twitch. Because I do CPU encoding for that, and Need for Speed is a pretty multi-threaded game. So that's like the heaviest workload that my CPU gets subjected to. And so, yeah, it's like, yeah, if it passes like VT3, and the thing is, I run the CPU at stock right now, so I wouldn't even really be concerned about the CPU, it's just like memory controller stress testing. And for that, I think just VT3 and Karhu is generally going to be like a solid mix. It got really slow suddenly. Upgrading your B-die memory to other B-die memory is really pointless. Is OCCT outdated? No, it's not outdated, I just don't like the UI. Incompatibilities with Zen 4. No, I'm using Y-Cruncher 082 because that's the one that, like, comes with Benchmate. Like, isn't that the version that's currently on HardwareBot? Yeah, that's what the rankings are for. Yeah. The rankings are for 082, so I run 082. Does 6400 provide much benefit over 6000? No, not really. Like, most of the performance benefit of memory overclocking comes from the timings. Like, if you're going from, like, XMP to a custom overclock, like, most of the benefit there is from the timings, not the frequency. So, like, basically, the way I would view 6400 on Ryzen is, like, if you're lucky enough that your CPU just works at 6400, there's no reason not to run 6400. But if it doesn't work on, like, if it doesn't just work on its own, I wouldn't bother with it, basically. Because in my experience, for the most part, getting 6400 to work is, like, does your CPU do 6400 at 1.3 volts SoC or less? And if it does, then great. If it doesn't, well, too bad. So Ryzen on the stock boost system definitely has clock stretching, but I don't think that applies for static overclocks. Yeah, it doesn't. Still not fast enough. I wonder if 1.75 volts of VDD is enough to run CL32. I kind of doubt it. So, well, you could actually mostly copy my, like, don't copy the primaries, because they're obviously for 8000, but, like, the secondaries, they're not too far off of what you would be trying to run at 6000. I mean, like, WTRL is really loose, but, and also the read-to-read and write-to-write is really loose. These would be, like, for 6000, you'd run them at, like, 4.2 instead of 4.6. And then the dual rank timings, you would run them, I would assume they would work at 6.6 for both these two and these two. Maybe I'll get lucky. But I think right now, I'm not sure if it's TRCD or TRP that's too low. I'm kind of inclined to think it's actually TRCD. But I could be wrong about that. Like, that's kind of the funny thing with XMP profiles. Like, the timings I'm running right now at 8000 are still tighter than what you get on XMP. Or Expo. At, like, 6000. I think it's TRCD. Also, I really want to try 32. Uh, 8,000 is best. Just like straight up, it's the best. Because you can synchronize it with 2000 Infinity Fabric, and then you have like synchronized, like it's just best. But most motherboards do not do DDR5-8000. So you're better off, so like if your motherboard doesn't do DDR5-8000, but your CPU does do DDR5-6400, DDR5-6400 is better than like 7600 or actually like 6200 is better than 7600, and like 7800 is trading blows with 6200. So there it's like, but if you can run 6400, like 6400 is better than, you know, 7800. Yeah, but on AMD, the burst length minimum is 1. Like, you'll notice that the, like, different group timings, right? Read to read different group over here, that's at 1. Because the way AMD, like, so Intel counts the timings from the read command. So, like, Intel read to read minimum is like 8 clock cycles. AMD counts it differently, so the minimum is 1. Which is like, and that's no gap between bursts. What MVDDQ am I running right now? 1.4, though I'm not really concerned about stability, so... and memory VDD right now is 1.75. And that CL32 is, and that's not enough to run CL32. So I guess we'll try 1.8. But the issue is, like, in my experience, 1.8 VDD actually starts getting into the territory of, like, actually causing stability problems rather than fixing them. X3D chips are just generally better than a 7700X, period. Like, the CPU hierarchy is basically 7800X3D or 14th gen, and then you have everything else. Actually, I'd put, and like, well, you have 7800X3D or 14th gen or 13th gen, and then you have, like, 12th gen and Ryzen 7000 regular, sort of somewhere below that. Again, sort of depends on which workload you're running. Actually, I think the 7000 series Ryzen probably wins most of the time, but I'm not 100% certain of that. And then you have everything else under that. Oh, I guess the 5800X3D is somewhere in that ranking as well. I'm already at WTRL 24. I'm gonna try lower, but the main thing I wonder, like, I want to see if I can get CL32 to work. And I can't go above 1.8. It might work at 1.8, considering that it, like, at least it started at 1.75. No, your RAM, like, RAM latency is measured in like tens of nanoseconds. Cache latency is measured in clock cycles. RAM and cache, like, You can't overclock RAM to be competitive with cache. At all. Especially not on Ryzen, because between the memory and the actual L3 cache, you've got the Infinity Fabric. Damn, it works at 1.8. Neat. Oh, no, it doesn't. Got my hopes up. Okay, back to CL34 we go, I guess. I'm like weirdly like tired today. Most boards do 6000 at 1 volt. With AMD, it's really not about the board, though, in my experience. It's about the CPU. So it's most CPUs do 6000 at 1 volt. Which I'm not sure about, because I've never tried to minimize the SoC voltage that much. Nah, I'm at 1.15 SoC right now. Because for 8000 you don't need a lot of SoC voltage. That was a weirdly slow one. Well, the UCLK is only 2 GHz for 8000. That's still slow. I have a chip that does 6400 at 1.3 and it insta-B-solds at 1 volt, 6000. Okay, so it isn't just me that sounded weirdly low. Because I think for 6000, most chips I would expect something around 1.1. Not 1. And there's some, like, real potatoes where I'd expect even more than 1.1. Right? The chips that, like, struggle to do 6200. No, come on! How is it so hard to break into the 12.8? Oh, the RNG. I simply do not care about Intel anymore. I just, no. No more. Like, at this point, I am requiring payment for doing Intel processors. You send CPU and money for my mental health. So I can get a therapist. You can run JDEC timing. I'm pretty sure the memory chips that are used in 6000 CL36 kits are like, by JDEC spec, are like 4840. Your Fi synced on both DIMMs right now? I don't know, I haven't checked. You know what? It shouldn't need to be 8-1 for the back-to-back reads. I think it's far more likely that your CPU is an anomaly that does 6000 at extremely low voltage than it is that most CPUs do 6000 at 1 volt. Yeah, the Phi RDL isn't synced. Not like I can really do anything about that. Apparently that doesn't work. You'd think that would work, since 4 at 6000 does. Guess I'll try 7. Raise VDDP, but my VDDP should be at like 1.15 right now. Because Gigabyte likes to default to that, which is really high. Oh, damn it, I'll need to check in Zen timings the next time we're in the OS. You know, I bet you it'll work at 1. I'm not sure, like, because I have a theory that the reason that works is not because the timing isn't real or something, but because AMD's write bandwidth is locked at half the read speed. And the read bandwidth is already terrible. So it simply cannot send enough write operations to actually max out that, like, to hit that timing. So actually that's basically the same as it not getting used, isn't it? The 5.3 gigahertz in what workload? Also, what load line calibration are you using? And motherboard? Because for like Cinebench, I think most Ryzens should do like 5.5-ish. With like under 1.3 volts. Huh. Still doesn't work. Interesting. PVO stock. Oh, you're using PVO. Okay, well, I didn't... Wait, what workload? Because 5 point... Like, that's just, like, PVO... Like, if you want to see big clocks, PVO is not the way to do it. To save power in idle? I don't think it will, because most of your idle power consumption is the memory controller itself, and that's just tied to the clock. Like, most of the idle power, like, memory at idle, at 1.4 or 1.1 volts, pulls basically the same, because it's idle. Like, if you're not reading and writing from the memory, it just it doesn't really affect the power consumption. Whereas the I/O die, like at idle, it's still relatively busy, so like the SoC voltage has quite a significant impact on idle power draw. The memory voltages kind of don't. Have you tried static overclocking the CPU? Wait, what CPU do you have? I'm assuming it's like a 5.3. I'm gonna guess it's a 7600? Hmm. $7700X. Oh. That was my other thought, was like, it was 7600 or 7700X, because those clocks are kind of low. But yeah, I would expect... Oh, I guess that doesn't help, does it? Because you do have a higher thermal density. I would still think you can probably do like 5.4, 5.45 Cinebench at like... wait, if you're on an Asus board, you can probably set like LLC level for... Wait, 5? 4, yeah, I'd try like LLC level 4 or 5. And actually, wait, I don't know how the LLC works on the tough board. Don't max out the LLC though. I'd aim for like 100-ish millivolts of V-droop, and then I would think at like 1.3-ish, it should do 5.45 Cinebench. That won't run Y-Cruncher and like a bunch of other heavy workloads, but yeah, for Cinebench you can definitely beat PBO by easily 100 megahertz with a static overclock. 5.2, 1.21 every 5 to 20 hours in Diablo 4. That's like weirdly miserable. Well... Well, like, what else LLC are you on, though? It needs to be stable in everything. Okay. Yeah, okay, in that case, 5.3 makes sense. I'm surprised that you can... that it, like, scales to... what, 1.3 volts for you? It's kind of high. Finally, 8s! It's still not low enough for top 20, but 8s. Auto LLC. I would try lowering the LLC a bit, because I think the like in my experience, the auto load line calibration on most AM5 motherboards is like really aggressive. And it's fine when you're on the stock boost algorithm, because the stock boost algorithm has clock stretching. But if you're doing static overclocks, the clock stretching actually gets disabled in my experience, and the CPU ends up very unstable with like the low V-droop settings. Okay, so evidently I need more something. Uses about 30 watts at idle on my 1700X3D. Let me check what mine is using right now, because I don't remember off the top of my head. That sounds weirdly high, though. Like, what SoC voltage are you at? Right, no, I was referring to Zombonio about the 30-watt idle. Oh, I pulled up some, like, ancient version of hardware info, and of course that doesn't work. So my CPU right now, SoC power draw is about 15 watts, and I am literally encoding this live stream. What on earth is your SoC voltage? You're at 1.25. Well, I'm at 1.2. 1.2. So that doesn't make any sense. I don't get how you're pulling 30 watts on the SoC. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. My entire CPU right now is pulling like 37 watts. according to the power monitoring. Yeah, I think your power reading is probably bugged out. Because that does there's no way the SoC alone is pulling 30 watts at idle. Absolutely no way. Like, you're idling on more power than I'm using under load. Or, like, you're idling on, like, what I use under load. Admittedly, I'm probably not doing much CPU, like, video encoding right now, because, like, there's not much movement, but nah, even doing this is really, like, I'm still only pulling 40, like, less than 40 watts. So I think your power monitoring might be bugged out. Because I do not understand how, like, I'm at 1.2 SoC, stock CPU, like, no curve optimizer, and, like, it's pulling like 35 watts right now. So how your SoC would be pulling 30, I have no idea. Unless you had like a... I mean... Well, I don't have any M.2 SSDs, so I guess that could do it. Maybe. I don't know. Well... Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how you're getting 30 watts SoC idle. Verifying AM5 Infinity Fabric clocks that don't self-correct. Probably running Y-Cruncher and playing music at the same time so that you can hear it when it stalls out. Because in my experience, it won't necessarily crash. Ever. I mean, my SoC power draw is reading like 13 watts right now, and I'm at 1.2. I'm not trying 6,000 at 1 volt. Not right now. I mostly don't care. I want a lower... Like, I want a faster Y-Cruncher score. And... loading up BIOS profiles is not my favorite thing to do. I'm gonna try that again. I don't care if it works. Like, I'm in the middle of something here. We're not testing anything else until I'm done with this. Or I get bored. One of the two. So, fun fact, high FCLK is more stable at low SoC voltage. So, if you were correct about 1 volt SoC working, then 2200 FCLK would actually, like, run better with that. Actually, I'm not sure, because it probably has some kind of minimum voltage requirement, but... kind of hard to test that when I haven't bothered trying to run the memory at, like, 4800 or something. I don't think lowering RTP by 4 cycles is going to actually make the difference for this benchmark. I think really I just need more core clock again. Which, I'm pretty sure I maxed out on the cooling. So that's probably not going to happen. Well, that was terrible. Yeah, well, 0 progress there. I'm assuming that the auto setting just goes with Zen 4, doesn't it? 5.25, I think, on the CPU? Maybe 5.27. Yeah, so that's about the same. I might drop the BCLK overclock, because I'm not, like, the Infinity Fabric might be somewhat upset with it. I guess I could also try fiddling with the nitro mode settings. Getting 12666 would be cool, but like with the cooling I have, that's not happening. Or, yeah, like chances of that happening are minimal. Looks like the Cannon Lake thing might actually be a thing. What about Skylake X AVX 512? That might be terrible, because Skylake X has like a proper AVX 512 implementation, whereas Ryzen doesn't. Yeah, that's slow. That's actually very slow. Man, I do not like how much the, like, score fluctuates. Oh, I guess I could try disable power down mode. And gear down mode. Because I haven't done that yet. Do you think the 2 CCD CPUs have a better IMC than the single CCD ones? No. Well, hopefully that works. Well, it boots. Well, that's something. I kind of doubt it'll make much of a difference, though. Could be wrong about that, but I tend to think that people, like, disabling, especially, like, the... Well, power down mode... I think disabling gear down mode is a bit overrated. Especially for daily setups. And then power down mode, I think, more so. Well, the first score always kind of sucks, so that doesn't mean anything yet. This is actively being slower right now. This is absolutely amazing. If I cared about what the rest of tech YouTube was doing, I would benchmark games. Yeah, but IDA is a trash benchmark, so no. Like, I am relatively certain the reason why power down mode has such a big impact on memory latency in IDA is because IDA literally can't keep the memory controller running during the latency test. Because I've watched it on the oscilloscope and it basically seems to send a memory request every like 10 milliseconds. So the memory controller literally goes like into freaking sleep in between IDA memory pings. And it's like, oh, well, that explains why IDA has like zero correlation with real world performance. Because, you know, your game, like a game is totally going to be putting the memory controller to sleep. Well, I guess that's an improvement of like 10 milliseconds if we ignore the fact that like this benchmark isn't being very consistent. But that's something, I guess. Yeah, I literally just turned off gear down mode and power down mode, and the performance basically didn't change. Admittedly, this is Y Cruncher, not like Pi Prime. Y Cruncher doesn't care at all about latency, other stuff does. Now, if it didn't care at all, then it wouldn't be slowly scaling with all of my steadily more desperate memory timing adjustments. But I will agree that it doesn't care very much. Yeah, I think really I mean, I guess I could try the nitro mode settings, but at this point I think the only thing that'll save me is more core clock, which, is not good. Well, at least now that I have memory context restore disabled, I'm much more consistent about actually getting into the BIOS. Where were the nitro mode settings again? You're gonna make an April Fool's video? Maybe. So, I literally earlier in the stream was getting absolutely dunked on by DDR5-6000 in Gear 2. Until I, like, maxed out the Infinity Fabric clock. Wait, and even then I was only, like, matching it-ish? Something like that. Is noticeably, 24 gigs is actually easier for high memory clocks than 16 gigs. Oh, that seems to have maybe helped. I wish the test was more consistent, because it's been swinging by like 100 milliseconds this entire time. Yeah, but I'm benching for hardware bot. So, you know. Fine. Well, nope. Still not fast enough. Yeah, I need like 20... No, I don't... It's... So, the goal is... I need 12,814. So, that's what, like... Another 25 milliseconds, somehow. Okay, well... And now it decided to shit itself. Yep, okay, so... I already tried lowering read to read. It doesn't go lower. I also tried lowering TRFC. I guess maybe lower TRCD might be worth trying again. Maybe try lowering TRC. Kind of, maybe try lower TRRDS as well. I'm at 1.75 volts on the memory right now. That's how I'm doing CL34 as well. I wanted to do CL32, but at 1.8 volts, that, like, still isn't stable. I think it would need, like, 1.85, and I'm not sure that would fix it. Or, like, 1.82 or something. 216 on WTRs. Yeah, okay, that's definitely worth trying. I wonder if 412 would work on the TRRDs. Maybe 410. Destructive testing? Nah, it's not, I don't, like, it's not gonna break the memory sticks. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna break the memory sticks. 4.9 works on my kit of 24. Yeah, but at what clock? Because that makes quite a difference. If you're at like 6,000, that is very different from 8,000. 7200. Oh, so I should have a chance. Yeah, so 412 is definitely worth trying. Okay, well, the lower TRCD is not an option. Man, I hate that. Because I think I'm pretty sure with 8i I would be able to run like 45 at this voltage. Honestly, TRC 72. Okay, let's try 76. I'll try like 34. DDR5 doesn't have data, like, transmission error correction. It has error correction for, like, failing bits inside the memory array. But once it spits it out onto the data bus, like, if it's coming out wrong, it's coming out wrong. And also, the built-in error correction is completely transparent, as in, you can't tell it's there. Because it's meant to increase yields. Not protect against, like, stability problems. But basically, the memory manufacturers came to the conclusion that making stable memory chips is too difficult, so they just built error correction into them. As a workaround. Wait, that's the wrong one. Not great. Also bad. Oh, finally a quick run. And still not fast enough. Nope. A lot of, like, OEM kits, so, like, JDEC spec stuff will come with locked PMICs a lot of the time. But most Expo and XMP memory kits tend to be unlocked, as far as I know. Like, I've not really had any issues with, like, having unlocked PMICs. It was usually been, like, a BIOS problem with high voltages not working. Did you see the Hynix do DDR5-10600? Yep, I have. Oh, it still boots. That was also surprisingly quick to boot. Oh, that's a quick one for a first run. Maybe? Oh, I think that's the lowest one, so... Yes! Exactly! By 1 millisecond! Literally by 1 millisecond! I'm gonna show mainboard. I kind of want to get the SPD into the screenshot as well, so that you can see the what memory kit. No, I needed a 12814, literally by 1 millisecond, because the current 20th in the 7950X rankings, currently the 20th score is 12815. Literally 1 millisecond. Anyway, we don't need the full SPD. I just want it to be visible that, like, it's a Corsair kit. I'm gonna make my own screenshot for insurance. Yeah, 12814. Cool. I think we can try run it again. Oh wait, I just closed Benchmate. Oops. Did who just get up? Me? From the chair? No. Are LPDDR5 kits normally slower from DDR5? Oh, from bed? No, I woke up at, like 1 p.m. Kind of wondering if, like, just rerunning it might not make it faster again. As for why LPDDR5 is slower than DDR5, because it's low power, probably. Aww. Okay, so any ideas? I mean, I could try bump the CPU clock a bit more, maybe? Because I don't, like, 1 millisecond is kind of cool, but, like, dude, it, like, the next score up is only another 20. Not even. Because the next one is 796. And then the one above that is 786. So, like, if I could shave off 30 milliseconds somehow. That would be amazing. That would be great. Whoops. Put the AIO in an ice water bucket. Yeah, that idea has, like, occurred to me, but, I have one 7950X. And it's not really that risky to do that, but also, I don't have any ice on hand, so... Yeah, I do have very cold tap water right now, because it's still winter. Like, the tap water is probably like 10 degrees, so that might eke out a little bit more. Don't really have a good container for it, though. Like, I don't really have a good bucket. Crack a window? Nah, I like not being cold. Yeah, there's no, there's no way I'm getting the radiator outside. And cold water bucket, though, like, doesn't seem like the worst idea. But, like, I'd have to actually prep for that, which I'm not doing that on short notice. Maybe try... Well, yeah, like, that's gonna make a difference. I do wonder if this could go any lower, though. Actually, it might be better to do it the other way around and, like, try lower that. Put the radiator... Yeah, but the sink is, like, very far away. Like, sure, if I wanted to move everything into the kitchen and, like, stop the live stream for it, then yeah, I could put it in the sink. I wish I had a water chiller. Block of dry ice on a rad. Oh, I've also wanted to try that. Especially if you, like, ran, like, acetone or something through the radiator, you could potentially get that acetone really cold. And that's not stable. I'm gonna guess TRFC. Well, I'll raise the TRFC back up and we'll see. Also, the AIO I'm using right now doesn't have particularly long tubes, which is kind of annoying. If I wanted to run the bucket. I have a different AIO that has longer tubes, but I'd have to, like, move that. It's actually probably more likely that the TRP is too low at this point than the TRFC, I think. But, well, we can try. Honestly, actually, if I was going to use tap water for, like, cooling the radiator, at that point it would be just better to hook up a custom loop directly to the tap. I might even have an unused CPU block lying around somewhere. Actually, that is... You know what? That's not the worst idea. Just, like, a bucket, an aquarium pump or something. And then just, like, stick the bucket in the sink, right? And then I can have, like, really long tubes. Throw the pump in it. And maybe put another pump in line, because, like, I'm not sure if the aquarium pump... Like, I don't think those are very high pressure most of the time, so I think that might kind of struggle with a water block, so... But, like, getting the water out of the bucket is, like, the first concern, right? That's what the aquarium pump is for. So maybe, like, aquarium pump, regular water cooling pump to, like, boost the pressure, and then just, like, however many meters of tubing from the kitchen to where the test bench is. No, 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 no. Please do not try to run VT3. Would you look at that? Apparently it was TRFC. So 666 is actually, like, kind of close to optimal. Yes. Yes! 19th! I might get into the top 20 overall, because the top 20 overall has a couple Xeons in it. For 16 core rankings. Yeah, if I beat the 18th 7950X score, which is just another 10 milliseconds below me, I get top 20 overall, like, for 16 core CPUs. Got CPU Z open and Zen timings. You know, I like to share my settings with the world. Because, like, I don't like information being kept secret. Like, getting high scores in benchmarks is utterly meaningless. It's just for fun. So, you know, I don't see any point in, like, hiding the method in a 2-hour video. Because, like, technically somebody could go back and, like, watch the live stream to figure out what settings I ran this at. But also for my own personal reference, if I ever want to figure out what this score was done with, it's nice to have the timings visible. Wait, so I want mainboard, SPD, memory. Oh, and we need to not cover up the score, you idiot. There we go. 12794. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try set the priority to real time and see if that helps. With real time, theoretically, I shouldn't have to close all the stuff that I opened. Practically, that doesn't work. Okay. Well, now it's not going to do it, is it? And I feel like real time might almost be worse. Oh, and now it errored out. It's upset about something. Okay, what next? Like, I want to run less TRAS if possible. Yeah, this is gonna be... interesting. You use a special debloated Windows? Nah, this is just a bone stock Windows install. So the thing is, for competitive benchmarking, Linux isn't, like, a thing. As in, it literally is not, like, there's no ranking. Well, okay, I think there might be some rankings outside of HardwareBot, but on HardwareBot, it's Windows only. Well, that's very sad. To be fair, I was kind of expecting that that might come up. Oh, please don't make me clear the CMOS. No! Everybody pray for the auto recovery to do its job. Because it usually fails. You turn a lot of Windows services off? No. Like, I used to do that a lot. But like these days, I have too much hardware to test and break OSs so like too often, and it's just like I don't want to bother with this anymore. I'll just take the performance penalty. Man, why do you want to reset? Nope. Dumbass CPU. Oh, it's stuck. You gotta be kidding me. Why can't AMD implement a freaking functional safe boot? Or more like just not implement one so the motherboard manufacturers can do it? Do people send you their hardware to test on stream? I don't borrow things from people. But, like, I do have a P.O. box that people can send, like, if you have something you want to get rid of, and it's not ancient, because basically, if it's, like, DDR2 era stuff, I'm not interested. But, like, DDR3 era hardware, sure. Depending on what exactly it is, I might even be willing to pay for shipping. Though, I'm not going to make any guarantees about it, like, about when it'll show up on stream, because I am very bad at getting things done in a timely manner. Okay, but did it load my nitro mode settings? Because I don't think it did. Yeah, it didn't. Oh, wait, we need to let the board, like, train and then set that up. Anyway, the other thing that I wanted to do was actually max out the fan speeds. Because I just realized that I haven't done that. Ah! Okay. That should help the CPU temps a bit. No, I bet it's so stupid that it loaded up. Yeah, it loaded that up. That will not work. There's nothing left to adjust. I've tweaked all the timings. What's the deal with XMP TRAS being so high out of the box? I don't know. It's probably, like, following some, like, typical expected behavior for DDR5, but as far as I can tell, the way DDR5 memory controllers handle TRAS is actually quite weird. Like, I am relatively certain that there's, like, a speculative row open thing. So, the memory controller can, like, attempt to open a row, and then not actually do anything with it. So, immediately, like, you might go from a activate straight into a pre-charge. In that case, I don't even know if you would be... Like, I'm not even sure you would be concerned about fully getting the row activated. I might be wrong about that. It gets enabled by default. Oh, those are already disabled. Pretty sure TSME is also already... Right, no. Yeah, but just in case we can disable that. But that should be disabled by default as far as I know. That's disabled. Everything's disabled. I don't think there's anything I can do at this point. I mean, like, these should already be also disabled, but I guess just in case they aren't somehow. Oh, that's funny. I wonder why that's there. Best motherboard of the year. So basically with AM5, I don't really like. So AM5 was AM5 is a bit awkward, and Z790 I just straight up don't know, because my experiences with Intel memory overclocking are so bad that like I don't want to do it. I don't want to test Intel motherboards basically, because it's a mess. It's a horrible mess, and I don't want to deal with it. And then on the AMD side of things, it's like, I was planning to do an AMD video, but the AM5 platform is, like, super awkward, because Asus, instead of being sensible and making an AM5 Apex board, they made a Gene. And it's like, okay, so you have this really cool overclocking motherboard, but like the PCIe configuration is terrible because it's an MATX board, and your average 4090 takes up all of the PCIe slots. Because it's like 4 slots thick, and an MATX board only has like 4 slots in the first place. So, you know, you put a 4090 in that, and it's like, oh, look, your PCIe slots are gone. And so then it's like, okay, so, you know, what if you want to actually, like, oh, I don't know, use the PCIe lanes that your CPU comes with, and then it's like, get screwed, I guess. That's odd. This used to work. That's a bit slow. And then AM5 also, like, you have the fact that the 7800 X3D will run just fine on everything. Like, that CPU does not care what motherboard you have. At all. Because it, like, it basically negates memory performance by nature of having a bunch of cache. And it doesn't overclock. And it also doesn't pull any power. So, like, you know, it will actually just run perfectly fine on absolutely everything. Have you played with the Encore? No, I don't have one. And honestly, I'm not even bothering with, like, requesting one, because, like, I don't want to test any more Intel CPUs. Like, I am so done with the Intel memory controller, you can't even imagine. It's like how I keep getting asked about, hey, Buildzoid, do you want to test a Z790 Nova? No, I don't! It doesn't have the right CPU socket. If it doesn't come with an AM5 CPU socket, I am no longer interested. So why does this now not work when it used to work before? That's set right. Oh, I still haven't checked the VDDP. How comes you don't Intel? Because Intel keeps sending me trash CPUs. And actually, I'm not even sure if they keep sending me trash CPUs. Like, I've just not had a good time with the Intel platform, and it's just like, I'm done. Like, this is like X99. All over again. Like, Intel just refuses to do anything about their memory controller, as far as I can tell. It's like, it runs JDEC, bro. Why should, like, XMP, you know, be even remotely reliable? Oh, the VDDP isn't insanely high. That's interesting. Maybe I pushed the TRAS too low? "24 gigabit M die literally outclocks A die. Assuming that you have a capable motherboard and CPU. Which basically means not an Intel CPU, unless you have an Apex. Except I also have a 13900KS, and a 13900K, and a 13600K, and I hate every single one of them. Like, auto settings on AMD 4-dimmers are better at running DDR5-8000 than, like, any Intel motherboard I've tried. And mind you, that's with a memory kit that's, like, not even, like, you know, like, it's an XMP memory kit. It's not meant for AMD, and it's like, yeah. But AMD actually puts effort into tuning their memory controller, whereas Intel just ships whatever the hell does JDEC. And then also a really fun thing with especially the 14900K, a lot of them won't run stable if you don't power limit them, because Intel's VF curve isn't actually, like, set up to support unlimited power limits. So literally on a lot of Z790 motherboards with my 14900K, you clear the CMOS and it won't run Cinebench, because the motherboard defaults to unlimited power limit. Actually, it's not even truly unlimited. It's like PL1 is unlimited and, like, PL2 is still limited, or, like, the short power limit is unlimited, the long power limit is still limited. You clear CMOS and Cinebench won't run for extended periods of time, because the CPU doesn't work with the power limits raised, which is just, like, very cool Intel. Fifth gen core wasn't on the same socket as 6th and 7th. No, I don't want any more Intel. No more Intel. Intel on my channel is cancelled. They don't make CPUs. The last Intel CPU that was any good was a 10900K, and that they should have stopped. They should have just given up. Okay, so apparently TRAS below 34 really is not an option at all. Good to know. That's why they couldn't get 10 nanometer to work for so long, is because literally, like, that was the universe telling them, like, you should stop. It's like, you have peaked with 14 nanometer, and you should just give up. Like, the 14900K is literally Intel asking, like, so, how much vCore do we need to shove into a bad 13900K before it does 6 gigahertz? And will it still outlast the warranty period? And that's how you get CPUs like mine, where the VID is almost 1.5 volts. Actually, there are some CPUs that have a VID of, like, 1.5 volts for 6 gigahertz. And it's just like, yeah, this will probably outlast the warranty period. Also, it won't run Cinebench on auto settings, because the auto power limit is unlimited. But the 7800X3D is like already extremely cost effective. And kind of the same is true of the 7950X. Like, the 7950X in terms of multi-core performance is very similar to a 14900K. And cheaper. And works on cheaper motherboards. Like, you can run a 7950X at full power on like a $150 motherboard. So considering AMD said that Zen 5 is launching second half of 2024, I would honestly not be surprised if the X3D was early 2025. Because there tends to be quite a delay. So we could try Kill Explorer and stuff. Well, that didn't do anything. Okay, well, let's bring Explorer back. A 5 gigahertz FX gets rolled by like a 4th gen stock i7. Like, FX is really, really bad. I had one. Dailied it at like 4.9 gigahertz. Reduce the massive frame drops randomly happening during games. Shader compilation stutter is the game designer's fault, not the CPU's. And outside of that, like, I daily a 7800X3D, I've not seen any random frame drops. So, yeah, like, I wouldn't know about things that don't happen on Intel because for me, Intel doesn't run. Intel would first have to work before I could consider whether or not it's fast. I'm gonna get an 8700G. I'd like to, eventually. It's like really expensive though. It's like £300. And it's not a very practical CPU. A 7950X with one of the CCDs turned off is literally just a 7700X. And a 7800X 3D is just better anyway. Okay, so it looks like the TRC limit is like 75, so that's good to know. Man, if you keep waiting for new stuff to launch, you're never gonna upgrade your system. Like, you're on an FX 6300. Pretty much anything you're gonna buy is gonna absolutely destroy it in terms of performance at this point. Like, there are CPUs that have like one core that's faster than like 4 of yours. Like, modern dual cores are literally faster than your entire CPU. Yeah, and you can wait forever. Because, like, you've been showing up on my streams talking about how you want to upgrade your FX 6300 for, like, a few months now. So at this rate, you're gonna upgrade in, like, 10 years. For the next Intel, I really doubt that AMD will not be able to compete. At this point, Intel seems to be struggling to, like, make CPUs. At all. Memory setup for a Threadripper? 7000 series? Probably the 8x16. Well, check if your CPU is 8-channel or 4-channel, and then get whatever, like, get however many channels it can support. It's 8-channel. Yeah, then get 8 sticks. Man, why is it so hard to get good scores out of this benchmark? I get like one good, I get like 1 or 2 good runs per reboot. Is there a huge gap between 2-DIMM and 4-DIMM motherboard? On LGA 1700, yes. On AM5, no. Well, it kind of depends on what specific motherboard you're talking about on AM5, but on LGA 1700 the gap is really big. Try Win 11? No. I don't even have a Windows 11 install stick, so like that, and I'm not like I don't have a spare USB stick to turn into it. I think the ISO's pretty big, though. Because the USB sticks I have lying around are like 16 gigs. Yeah. Like, my Windows 10 install stick is literally 16. Yeah, but that still means I need to buy a USB stick to have all the ISOs on. Because I don't have any 256s on hand. I have a bunch of ancient 16 gig sticks. Snow crash. Oh, it's slower. God damn it. Any tips for lowering TRCD? There's nothing you can do. Like, TRCD just doesn't scale with anything. So it's like whatever TRCD your memory sticks can do is whatever TRCD you get stuck with. Thoughts on the colorful CVN V650? I've not seen it, so I'll have to check it. Looks okay, I guess. Is it like really cheap or something? Cause like looking at this, I'd probably just take like a ASRock motherboard at the same price point instead. Unless you want it to be white. Man, how is it being so freaking slow right now? I literally raised the CPU clock, and it's refusing to go faster. Yeah, another slow run. Ideally a 4070 Ti that I got on eBay for 600 quid, like ages ago. Honestly, I mind the post times much less than the instability on Intel. Like, being able to test many completely unusable settings in an hour is a lot less useful than being able to, like, test a few, well, actually, like, you know, relatively quickly end up at settings that actually freaking work. Man. I mean, that was a pretty quick first run, but... I kind of want to experiment with, like, trying to lower TRC with the TRAS set pretty high, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to do anything. In theory, it shouldn't. But you never know what wacky things the CPU manufacturers got up to with the memory controller. Oh, finally a quick run. Yes! Yes! I got top 20! Finally! After, what is it, 3.5 hours? Oh. Nope. Ah! Oh, wait. We have, like... Well, I am done with this for today. Actually, check the... No, I wanna see the screenshot. God damn it, Windows, why are you so stupid? Okay, that's correct. Anyway, but I do still want to actually, you know what, no, I do still want to experiment with that TRC thing. And TRAS. Can MDI sticks go CL26 at like DDR5-6000? Sure. At 6200, they're gonna need... Actually, at 1.75, they would probably do 6200 CL26. Now, the main difference, like 24 gigabit MDI needs more voltage than 16 gigabit ADI for a given like cast latency. And with ADI, you usually need around like 1.6 to 1.65 at 6200. So with MDI, I think it would be like 1.75, which is very high. I was thinking like a TRAS set to be the same as TRCD. That actually still adds up to 75. 1.75 safe for daily gaming? I don't know. I've not heard of anybody killing any DDR5 memory, like Hynix DDR5 memory sticks with voltage yet. I've not damaged any of... I've been running some pretty high memory voltages for like testing, and I've not run into any issues yet. But would I recommend that people do that to their daily systems? Not really, unless you're like, if you're okay with potentially having to replace the memory kit at some point in time, then sure. But if you don't want to, like, if you can't afford a replacement memory kit sometime in the future, I wouldn't recommend it. Because while I, like, I don't have any proof that it's dangerous, but I also don't have any proof that it isn't dangerous. Right, so that makes it very awkward. Wait, 47 plus 38 does not add up to 75. It adds up to like 85. Well, whatever. Well, sounds like you have a very good 8-die kit, because basically all of mine need like 1.6 or more for 26 at 6200. Yeah, but I just loosened TRAS more, and it's not helping. Okay, now we've got a good score. And now it's back to being garbage. Man, there's so much variance. The thing is, I think the TRC literally, like, just it gets ignored if past a certain point. Unless, does yours, like, crash at, like, 30? I ran TRC 40 always. 32 doesn't post. Interesting. Actually, I wonder what the register limit is. $32. And that does not post. Hopefully the auto recovery kicks in. Okay, looks like it might. TRC lower than TRP. Well, they're trying to test that right now, and the first thing I managed to do is set the TRC so low that it wouldn't post. Which is a good indication that the TRC does something, even when you set it to like 34. Because if it didn't do anything, then it would have posted. So we have evidence of it being a real thing. As for what it does for performance, I don't know yet. So I guess we'll try Sebi's suggestion of 40. Yeah, but aren't you at like 6,200? Not, you know, 8,000? Wait, what's your TRP at? $32. No, 40 also doesn't work. Honestly, I think if the TRC does anything, then it's within margin of error, because I can't see it. Like, obviously, if I actually wanted to test it, like, properly, then we'd ideally be running a longer bench. Not 1 billion, but, like, 8 billion or something, so that the, like, total time is longer. Because that reduces the variance somewhat. Yeah, so I think setting TRC below TRP plus TRAS, like, might actually not do anything. Like, it really does look like it just doesn't do anything. I guess I should maybe also check if, like, setting it really high does anything. To Y-Cruncher specifically. Because it could be that Y-Cruncher's, like, really insensitive, but... And that, like... What was it? Like, my best time was actually just RNG. Not the result of all the fiddling with the timings. It was just, like, how many times did you run it? Try 98? Nah, I'm thinking, like... 128. Right? Like, that should really nuke the performance. In theory. Yeah, sure, let's just go to 128. It's not like... It's not like we're rushing anywhere. I'm pretty sure 128 is still below Expo, but not by much. To stabilize FCLK, check that your VDDG voltages aren't, like, insanely high. Like, they should be somewhere between 800 and 950 millivolts. And then mostly, like, in my XP, it's generally very easy to run high FCLK at, like, 1.15 SOC. That tends to work pretty reliably. Well, that didn't do anything. Okay, no, that's actually way slower. That, I think, is the worst time I've gotten in a while. What's interesting is it doesn't seem to really affect the, like, initial calculation very much. Yeah. Oh, right, and then we just get a 10654. Yeah, so this really doesn't seem to be doing anything to Y-Cruncher. I guess I should also check Pi Prime. Well, yeah, apparently, like, if, like... It might have an effect, but I think the effect is so small that, like, it's just getting lost in the margin of error. Okay, well, let's try Pi Prime. I'm gonna intentionally run a longer Pi Prime instead of just 2 billion, because with 2 billion we're just not gonna know. We're gonna try 128, 85, and 47. Right, because 85 is 38 plus 47. VDDGs, so the VDDGs just generally, you should have them at like setting them to like 0.9 or like 900 millivolts, right? 0.9 volts or 900 millivolts, because I'm not sure what BIOS you're on and different manufacturers implement it differently. Gigabyte generally autos to like 950 and that tends to work just fine. No real reason to change that in my opinion. Okay, so we have a 42.542. Highest safe VSOC for a 5800X3D? 1.2 volts should be perfectly fine. And there's not really much reason to go past that. Also, wait, Sebi, I'm pretty sure my 5950X boots 2166 on like 1.15 SoC. Yeah, because that's oh wait, no, that's 4333 on the memory, isn't it? No, mine does 4266, which is 2133. Yeah, mine maxed out at like 4266, and that was at like 1.15 SoC. And I'm pretty sure I even tried up to like 1.25, and it did not scale. And it was mega unstable. Like, even IDA was picking up performance issues at 2133 FCLK. I think the latency test was still actually improving, but like the bandwidth tests were like getting completely nuked by the FCLK falling apart. Autoing to 0.96? Yeah, that's fine. For VDDGs. I get the feeling memory context restore got turned back on during the clear CMOS. Oh yeah, it did. All of this garbage did. Wait, so I just got my top score with this shit turned back on. Lol. Wait, now I can't turn it off again. Memory context restore, it skips memory training. Like, it uses the memory training parameters from the previous boot. So, yeah, you don't have to go through, like, you're not gonna, like, you don't sit on the 15 post code, because it just, like, uses the previous training results. Man, my 5950X on LN2, the FCLK gets way worse. Like, massively worse. Like, struggling to run, like, 1400. And that chip has, like, no problem benching over 2000 ambient. And then you put it on LN2 and it's like 1400, and it was like, man. Yeah, as far as I know, that's RNG. Like, I've heard of you're not the first person to you're not the first example that I've heard of a 5000 series actually scaling with LN2 on the Infinity fabric. It's just like extremely rare. Like, you need to bin CPUs for that. Like, if you want a CPU that does that, you need to like specifically bin for it. Because yeah, those exist. Yeah, so like it doesn't make a difference as far as I can tell. Used VDDG CCD 1.05 IOD 1.95 1.25 SoC 2100 FCLK. Should I lower any of these? What do you need that high CCD voltage? Like, that's for 2100 FCLK. That's really high if you're on a modern BIOS. Because, like, the new AGSA, as long as you're... Actually, if you get lucky, you can run at 2200 FCLK even at, like, relatively high SoC voltage. Okay, so Y-Cruncher evidently just kind of doesn't seem to care very much. And Pi Prime, maybe cares a little. I actually copied these. Yeah, the thing is that video is really old. And on those old AGSAs, the FCLK behavior was worse. Okay, so Pi Prime actually seems to have a benefit. So it's just Y-Cruncher actually just doesn't care. So that's fun. Thank you, Y-Cruncher. Very cool. Or Y-Cruncher really doesn't care very much. I don't know, like... It's the annoying thing when you have, like, random variants in a test. I've noticed performance degradation with lowering VCore on my 5800X3D. Yeah, that's normal. I'm assuming... Wait, are you lowering it through the curve optimizer or through, like, a negative voltage offset? Because negative voltage offsets definitely cause, like, performance regressions, and curve optimizer can also cause performance regressions. Oh, you're using both. Yeah, that definitely causes performance regressions. Because the thing with Ryzen is that the core clock readout that you get in Windows can lie to you. A lot. So that's why, like, when I do PBO testing, I literally do not check the core clocks. I don't look at them. I don't measure them. I do not know what the core clocks are. I only run benchmarks. Because that way, I'm not biased towards saying that, oh, the bigger number in the monitoring software, which doesn't actually mean anything, was bigger. Therefore better. When, like, the performance in the benchmarks isn't, like, changing or is potentially getting worse. NVIDIA GPUs can also do that. You can undervolt NVIDIA GPUs to the point that the performance, like, absolutely tanks. So, you know what I find really interesting about these Pi Prime runs? Is they're getting progressively slower. Oh wait, this one's quick again. So... yeah, if you're really, on modern hardware, if you're doing any kind of tuning where you're where you're working with the boost algorithm that the hardware comes with, you should just not look at the frequencies, as far as I'm concerned, because you should just look at the performance numbers. Because the performance numbers will tell you whether or not it's actually faster, whereas the boost frequencies don't really tell you anything. The funny thing is, Intel has a undervoltage like protection mechanism that even the effective core clocks don't pick up on. As I found out in a video where, like, I have a video on my channel showing a Intel CPU reporting full core clocks running Cinebench at like half speed in the effective core clock readouts. So really, just like, because the thing is, as far as I know, Hardware Info's effective core clock readout is like some wacky software way of trying to gauge the actual CPU core clock. And yeah, it's just susceptible to not being very accurate. Ryzen Master doesn't lie about the frequency. Well, I've never tried to use I've never tried to check for clock stretching with Ryzen Master, but I would be very surprised if it didn't. Accurate frequency monitoring in software is actually kind of a pain. Especially when you have, like, clock stretching mechanisms. When I disable power down mode, my system becomes unstable. Is there something you can do about it? Yeah, you can disable this. And then every time you post, it's gonna make it take longer to boot up every time. And honestly, I would say you're better off just not disabling power down for a daily setup. The CPU is changing core clocks. Yeah, that's the main issue. Though, theoretically, with the correct averaging algorithm, you would notice the clock stretching, right? Because, like, 4.5 gigahertz would get stretched into, like, on average, 4.49. Or something. Depending on how much clock stretching there is. That's like when clock stretching is working correctly. When you're like undervolting it so much that you're seeing major performance regressions, your average core clock is working out to like 4.4 or something. Right, or like 4.2 even maybe. Or worse than that. Because yeah, like with the... I managed to get a GTX 1070 to report 2.1 gigahertz running time SPI at a frame rate that would have been indicative of a core clock of like 700 megahertz. And it was doing it at like 0.6 volts or something. Like very, very low core voltage. GPU-Z was reading insanely high core clock, and time SPI was running like a slideshow. Okay, it wasn't a slideshow because even at 700 megahertz, a 1070 is actually quite quick. But, you know... It wasn't doing, like, it wasn't performing like 2 gigahertz does. I did that with a 1080 Ti by doing a volt mod backwards. Almost 2300, but god-awful FPS. Yup. Sounds about right. Okay, well, as far as I can tell, there really doesn't seem to be any reason to set TRC any lower than TRC, like TRP plus TRAS. Because, like, we're at 47 TRC right now, and the performance doesn't really look any different. And it's, like, all of these are kind of weirdly close together anyway. So technically, actually, one way I could exaggerate the timing differences is to intentionally clock the RAM really low, right? Because if you're at like DDR4, say 4000, each clock cycle is literally twice as long as it is at DDR5-8000. So your timing differences get doubled. And that helps, except now all of your performance tests also run, like, way slower, which is very fun and entertaining and a productive use of time. Is this power down mode issue relevant to AM4? No. It's only a bug on AM5, and I think on some motherboards it might even be fixed with certain BIOS versions. And then go for 2166. Yeah, that should work. Like, honestly, if you just leave the VDDGs on auto... Oh, apparently right now it's autoing to 1000, which is kind of high, but... yeah. Let the board deal with that on its own. But yeah, like, just setting it to, like, 950 or 900 should be fine. Even 850. Disabling C states for better performance? I mean, if you don't care about your idle power consumption, why the hell not? I generally disable C states. I'm not sure if my daily system has C states disabled, but it might. There's a very decent chance that C states are disabled on my daily system. Anyway, let's also test this. Because I do actually wonder about that. Like, how much performance am I throwing away by not always bothering with freaking power down mode and gear down mode? And we're not gonna run IDA, because I have a suspicion that IDA is actually just so light that it, like, really triggers power down mode a lot. I guess it would also help if I had some, like, actual gaming benchmarks, but, like, I'd have to get the 2080 Ti... wait, no, not the 2080 Ti, the 2080 out, and it's, like, a pain. Oh, man, I can't wait for when I make my video about the 5700X3D overclocking, and there's a bunch of comments about, yeah, but how does it perform in games? Can't wait for that. Like, well, if it runs at the same clocks or higher clocks than a 5800X3D, what kind of performance do you think it has? Nobody has ever game benchmarked a 5800X3D. What's the advantage of the oddball capacity modules with DDR5? Well, maybe you want, like, more than 32 gigs of memory, but you don't want 64 gigs of memory. That's the advantage. Can I lower SO from 1.25? Depends on your CPU. Some CPUs are able to run 6200 at very low SoC voltage, but not all. And very low... Well, I think, like, a really good CPU would be, like, 1.15. I don't think I have any CPUs that can do that. Okay, so PyPrime apparently does appreciate power down mode and gear down mode being disabled. Actually, between the two of them, I'm not sure if gear down mode might not be doing more than power down mode is, but... it helps. So those do help, unlike messing with the TRC setting. Messing with the TRC setting apparently just kind of, like, I still wouldn't leave it, like, super high, because I do think that actually might be a bit slower, but, like, trying to set it below your TRP and TRAS does not seem to have a measurable effect. Which would make sense. Are you using CMD to reboot straight into BIOS? I'm just mashing delete. I do actually have... Wait, no, that's not on this operating system. Like, I know about the, like, the shortcut to go into the BIOS, but I'm used to mashing delete. Kinda enjoy mashing delete, because I'm a nervous wreck, and, that's the end of that. Actually, it's not really being a nervous wreck, it's more just like sitting still sucks. Okay, so that's Pi Prime. Well, let's hit Y Cruncher one last time, because I think we're actually at decent settings, aren't we? I don't think I made anything worse. Yeah, no, the settings look great. I love these settings. Let's go. So the thing about holding delete is that if you miss the timing, it won't work. So you're better off mashing it, because that more consistently gets you results. Oh, that's a very quick run. Damn, another improvement. Oh, but not enough of an improvement to get me onto the next tier. Yeah, the thing is, the next 7950X is like, so there's one that's on like at 5.7 gigahertz on a single stage, like phase change system. And then the next one is 5.4 gigahertz on water cooling, like proper water cooling instead of just an AIO. Actually, it might be delidded. No, but I can't see the radiator, so... Yeah, where is the radiator? Oh, wait, no, this looks like some kind of wacky self-built test bench. Oh, but maximum core temp is 74 degrees. Yeah, whereas I'm pretty sure my max core temp is 86. Yeah, so that makes quite a difference to the kinds of clocks you can run. And they're apparently running a max core voltage of 1.48, which, yeah, that ain't happening. Not with the cooling system I have here, so that explains that. Not much of a mystery there. Where's my Zen timings? You using Arctic? I mean, it's more like an Ace-Attack, because it's like an old Arctic cooler back when Arctic was still just using Ace-Attack rebrands. But, yeah, it does have an Arctic like, pump cover on it. And then the rest of it is, like, the fans... Actually, Arctic, the one thing that Arctic does change about those AIOs is that it's a 240, and it comes with a, like, extra thick radiator. Instead of the... I think the normal is, like, 25 or 28 millimeters, and this, I think, is a 38 millimeter radiator. Which, for a custom loop radiator, is actually pretty skinny, but for an AIO is very thick. Benchmate voltage seems like a completely random number. If this was the, like, socket sense reading, then that kind of lines up with the core voltage that I'm actually running. I think. A bit. But yeah, it might be completely inaccurate. Never know with software voltage readouts. They might be garbage. Okay, so we have a 12761. I do want to try another run. Yeah, so the X3D CPUs actually tend to have somewhat higher memory latency. I'm not entirely sure why that is. It might be something wacky, like it takes long, like it's like harder for memory requests to actually hit the cache. I mean, hit the memory instead of just hitting the cache or something. And so, like the extra cache somehow delays it. Or actually, no, I think it might be because it takes longer to search the cache. Something like that. But yeah, they do actually just, like, always have worse memory latency in IDA than non-X3D CPUs at the same settings. Okay, well, the last thing I wanted to do during this stream was actually set up like a stable daily DDR5-8000 overclock, which will not be at frickin' 1.75 volts, because while I think that would be very funny, it's also not, like, I actually think that would make the chances of this being fully stable significantly lower, and I am kind of lazy, and I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time on this. So we're gonna drop all the voltages to, like, sensible levels. I kind of want to try get it stable without a fan. Not necessarily zero airflow. Actually, you know what? Maybe yes, zero airflow. Like, I'm gonna put something between the... because the radiator is blowing air at the motherboard right now, so, like, block that and just let the memory sticks cook with, you know, passive airflow. I'm not sure if that's even, like, possible. Well, I think the only requirement would be the TREFI. And maybe TRCD. Yeah, I'm just gonna put something in between the motherboard and the radiator to, like, deflect the airflow away from the memory sticks. Actually, before that, I want to quickly do a Pi Prime, because it should, in theory, have a latency advantage. Like, there should be a latency advantage from running 2000 FCLK instead of 2200. Man, actually, that would be really cool if for, like, Ryzen 8000, AMD somehow got the I/O die to do, like, 8800 on the memory. And then you could run, like, 2200 FCLK synchronized. That would be sick. Oh yeah, the lower boost clocks also don't help. What, 8400 on the memory is actually, like, not on a 4-dimmer. Maybe with a Gene and a really good CPU, but a 4-dimmer? Yeah, it ain't happening. So, I already don't have the fan on the memory sticks right now. Now, Pi Prime is extremely light, so I don't think that's going to be much of a problem, but... yeah, it is worth noting that at this point we have no memory cooling. Or, like, no... well... I mean, there is still the incidental airflow. Oh, whoa, that is a big reduction. Actually, no. No, it is a big reduction. That's like 100 milliseconds off of the first step. Right? Like, previously we were consistently getting over 7. Now we're under 7. That is a big jump. Yeah, so 2000 FCLK at 8000. Man, now I want to figure out if I have a motherboard where the, like, extra FCLK ratios actually work. Anyway, so, yeah, we're going to run 2000 FCLK for this, because that definitely helps the memory latency. And very few pieces of software are as memory bandwidth intensive as Y-Cruncher. Okay, so now we just need to put the CPU back on auto. And now we punch in some nice, sensible normie timings, like 38 and 48, and actually I might go for 50. 42? I'm pretty sure that if I'm running the memory sticks with no fan, it won't do 65,000 refresh interval. I am very lazy. We are going to loosen things. Oh right, I also want to put this back on. Actually, you know what? We might try without gear down mode, because that shouldn't inherently cause issues. But I do want memory context restore back on again. 1.4. Honestly, this is insanely high for 2000 FCLK. Yeah, this looks good to me. I see no issues with this. Or at least I can't see any reason this would have issues, so let's go for it. Also, I guess for comparison's sake, I'll run a quick pi prime to see how much worse I've just made everything. Or maybe Y crunch? Nah, pi prime. Pi prime is the, I think, more representative of gaming workloads benchmark between the two, because Y cruncher is very bandwidth biased. Also, like, running well... Thing is, running the Y cruncher benchmark would have been, like, a good pre-stress test, but... And am I actually going to put an airflow restrictor in front of the radiator? Yes, I am. Oh, that did nothing. That is still under... Actually, that's even faster than the previous best. That first loop. It literally, like, didn't slow down. Yeah, it basically didn't slow down at all, so that's great. I don't even have to feel bad about these settings. Like, yay. Timings, and the first thing we're going to be... Oh, also hardware info, and then we're just going to smash it with Y cruncher. Is this the... Oh wait, no, that includes code 17. This is the one that's like, yeah, this is just like pure VT3. Well, anyway, this will run for over 2 hours. I don't know, do people want to watch Y cruncher run for over 2 hours? You can ask questions, I guess, because it's not like I'm going to be doing anything at this point. I never heard of Pipe Prime. Is that good? It is a very, very good memory benchmark. It's basically my favorite memory benchmark because it's it's very quick, it's very sensitive, and it's not ridiculously synthetic like IDA is. It's a little like there's no game that scales with memory performance quite like Pipe Prime does. But at the same time, Pipe Prime, cares about every single memory timing. It's just, yeah, it was basically my favorite memory benchmark. It works very, very well. Oh, well, my RDLs are still mismatched, but there really isn't anything that I can do about that as far as I know, so... Here we are. Coefficient too large in VT3 at 2166 FCLK, 1.175 SOC. You probably set the SOC voltage way too low for 6200. At 6200, I would probably use 1.2 or more SOC voltage. Also, don't change everything at the same time. Can I use Pipe Prime for DDR4? Sure, you can even use it for DDR3. It's really, really good for checking if you're, making performance improvements. Now, the thing to keep in mind with Pipe Prime is, going from, say, JDEC to, custom, to fully tuned in Pipe Prime can literally cut the calculation time in, half on some CPUs. You're not gonna run anything that doubles in performance, okay? That's the one downside to it being such a ridiculously, memory-intensive workload, or, memory-sensitive workload, because it's not even it has it doesn't really use a lot of memory bandwidth or anything. Yeah, it is extremely sensitive to memory performance, so it's a bit unrealistic in, how much faster it gets as you tune your memory. But if you want to check if, oh, I adjusted this timing by whatever, did that actually make a difference? If it did make a difference, Pipe Prime will probably be able to measure it, whereas a lot of other stuff won't. IDA, there's a bunch of timings you can change. IDA will not detect any change whatsoever. Same for Geekbench 3, because Geekbench 3 is actually very similar to IDA in terms of the bandwidth requirement and the memory test behavior. 3D Mark Time Spy is relatively sensitive, but not insanely so. Yeah, so Pipe Prime is very, very, very good for checking if whatever you're doing to your memory is actually making performance improve. Also, I haven't put the airflow restrictor in between the motherboard and radiator, so give me a second. Oh, I didn't air it out. Hmm. $7.5. Seven is a good result. Yeah, so that piece of cardboard is the airflow restrictor. Damn it. Yeah, I think it's doing an okay job. Yeah, it's not perfect, because, like, obviously, like, the air gets deflected up and over, and then it, like, drags on the air anyway, but... Yeah, let's try it like this. Oh, actually... I'm trying to think of what CPU you would be, like, upgrading from to a 5800X3D and then not like it. Like, I guess going from, like, a 10900K to a 5800X3D would be one of those scenarios, but, like, if you're doing that, then you're just kind of stupid, in my opinion. It's not really an upgrade, that's more like a side grade, in my opinion, but sure. You can do that. I kind of wonder what memory temperatures we're going to hit with this setup. Well, they're already at 41 and the test only started. With the fan, I can keep them at, like, mid-40s, and we're, like... I think these are going to end up over 60. Depending what FCL... Well, so for 2-to-1 mode, I generally, especially for, like, 8000, I would run like 2 hours minimum. But if you're at like 1-to-1 mode, I would honestly not be concerned with only running it for an hour. Because like I haven't seen any situation in 1-to-1 mode where it's like it'll like run for an hour and then it won't run if you tried to run it for like 2. Whereas in 2-to-1 mode, I have seen some crashes that show up very like late-ish. So yeah. So I guess if you punched in really wacky settings, you might be able to get even 1-to-1 mode to misbehave. 5800X to 5800X 3D. Okay, so that is very much like that is exactly one of those scenarios where it's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense why you would do that. Unless you already know for certain that whatever your primary application is benefits from X3D. Oh, the dims are at 50. Well, almost 50. I can't open that because Y-Cruncher is eating all the memory. Make it a bit more legible on stream. It's 6 a.m. already? Oh yeah, it's 6 a.m. already. When did I wake up? 1 p.m. plus 11 plus 5. I should really go to sleep now. No, it's double spacing. What? 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 What is this? I will not tolerate that. That is completely unacceptable. Oh, great. So we've progressed from having Intel shills to having G-Skill shills. I don't think I've ever had a memory kit that was like that was like a life-changing amount of performance. And I've tested some very expensive memory kits. Yeah, oh, Noctua 2. Porsche GT3? Have we? No, my point about, like, I've never had a memory kit, deliver life-changing performance is that, like, RAM just doesn't make that much of a difference. At least not in anything I've ever run, except Pi Prime. But the thing is, like, you can get a good Pi Prime time out of basically any memory kit as long as it's not, like, assuming that the memory chips are at least, like, decent. You know anything about the new 3D Mark benchmark? No. What is it? So we reached 58.8 degrees Celsius, and then it crashed. I'm not sure why, though. Like, CL38 is very loose. TRCD50 is also loose. TRP and TRAS aren't, but, like, neither of them is particularly tight. Voltages, perhaps? I would run VT... For a daily system, I would run VT3 a minimum of 1 hour. So that's like 30 loops, because it's 2 minutes per iteration. So 30 of them. The other... Okay, so those are not undetermined... Well, they're not proc ODTs. The other resistances... are relevant to stability, but a lot of the motherboards, especially for at least Gigabyte AM5 motherboards, seem to configure them correctly on auto. Because I've tried messing with them, and really didn't get anywhere. Man, those memory sticks cooled down quite a bit. Like, they were almost at 60, and now they're down to under 50. And there's no fan. So right now, the thing that I'm very much watching for is, like, if it just instantly crashes once it reaches 58 again. If it does, then the fan is going back on again, because I am lazy. Like, I thought it would be kind of interesting to try it without the fan, but, like, man, if it actually ends up being a big problem, then nah, I'm bringing the fan back. Also, you might notice that the, like, memory voltages keep fluctuating, which I am, like, 99% certain isn't real, and it's just, like, some weird measurement anomaly. So I have actually gotten around to, like, delidding a Corsair memory stick, not one of the new ones, but one of my old ones. And I'm gonna hook it up to the oscilloscope, and I'm gonna have, like, all of the probe points. I'm gonna measure from every, like, VDDQ and VDD at, like, every edge of them, every edge of the memory stick. As well as at the PMIC. So that should be interesting. Okay, so first loop passed. We're at 55 degrees now. Man, I wish I had a gaming chair that I could just, like, lean back in and like, sleep. But no, I have a cheapo IKEA chair. Because I spend all my money on motherboards and graphics cards. Okay, we're gonna try this with a fan. Because it does look like it might be a temperature problem. Or my settings are, like, way off. And the fan is installed again, and we're just gonna start another instance. Before the memory sticks even cool down. Oh, no, no, no. No, I crushed the window. Too much. Man, the fan makes such a difference. Even with the sticks running Y-Cruncher, the temperature is still going down. Why FCLK and UCLK is not the same as MCLK? Because we're in 2-to-1 mode. Does DDR5-6000 CL30 vs DDR5 CL8000 CL40 make a big difference in gaming? No. Especially not on a X3D CPU. 140 watt CPU PPT on a 5600X with an AIO. What settings is that 5600X running? It's not completely impossible, but it is quite high. Thoughts on Corsair Dominator sticks? Let me just pull up PC Part Picker. So here we have Corsair memory kits, right? DDR5. I'm assuming you're asking about DDR5. Let's just go with 2x16. So if I want a good kit of DDR5, I can get like, oh, I don't know, this 6000 CL30 kit over here for like $110. Or if I want the same thing, but at like... well, that's not even the same thing, is it? A significantly higher price. This exists. And then there's the, like, new Dominators, isn't there? Do they not offer them? Oh, yeah, so if I wanted to spend 70% more money on the same memory chips, I'd buy this. Like, this is probably my biggest, like, well, yeah, this is one of the, like, bigger annoyances I have with, like, memory reviews, is when you get sent a really expensive memory kit, and it's like, well, like, this is assembled with exactly the same components as the cheap memory kit. It overclocks the same as the cheap memory kit. Like, as somebody who doesn't like throwing money at rectangles, or more like, I actually do like throwing money at rectangles. I buy a lot of GPUs, and those are definitely pretty rectangular, and so are motherboards. But the thing is, I prefer having more rectangle for less money, right? Because the less money I spend on each rectangle, the more rectangles I can get. Expensive rectangles are counterproductive to my goal of acquiring more rectangles. I don't like expensive rectangles. So that's basically my thoughts on the Dominators. Oh, you want RGB, do you? Well, we can get RGB for cheap, too. See? Wait, that's still not RGB? There! This is... there. Ta-da! The RGB. Oh, and it aired out again. Okay, so apparently this is just very much bad settings. It's not the temperature's fault. It's just the settings aren't good. Interesting. If I repost a question, no, I don't mind. As long as you're not, like, spamming, is basically my rule. Like, I think Corsair does claim that they, like, bin the Dominator memory sticks, but until I see, like, strong evidence of that, I don't believe them. And if they were actually binning them, then they'd be shipping... Like, if they were uber bin memory sticks, like, if they were shipping, like, 6000 CL28 at, like, 1.45 volts or something, I'd be like, okay, this is actually, like, kind of special. Because it's, like, a spec that, you know, you don't see anywhere else. but they're not. They're just like generic 6000 CL30. And generic 6000 CL30 is good. That's why I recommend it. But I don't see any point in spending $70 extra on it. $80C under R23, $60C under gaming. Yeah, that seems completely fine. Honestly, that actually is very good depending on what CPU it is. If you have DDR5-8000 on Ryzen, if you have an 8000 CL40 kit, I would honestly probably try to drop it to, like, I'd try to run it at, like, 6200 or something. Like, does it even work on auto settings? Because honestly, a lot of the time that doesn't. Like, I know I'm taking a 6000 rated kit to 8000, but that's because, like, I have issues. And to me, it sounds like you have a memory kit that, honestly, you probably shouldn't have bought. Because you don't know what to do with it, which is why you're here. And since you don't know what you should do with it, you, in my opinion, should have just gone and bought a 6000 CL30 kit like a sensible person. There's a reason that, like, my memory shopping guide for DDR5 for the end of last year didn't recommend anything rated above 6000 for AMD. And that's not because AMD can't run anything above 6000, that's because I think most people are idiots. And if you tell them that, hey, DDR5-8000 sometimes works, they take it to mean, oh, I should do this. And then it doesn't work. And it's like, well, see, this is why you don't tell people things that might work. Oh, you're on a gene. Wait, if you have a gene, how the hell are you not able to tighten the timings? What are you doing? Nah, I wouldn't say streamer issues. I'd honestly be trying to do 8000 on these sticks even if I wasn't live streaming it. So now it is, like, way less stable. Oh, god damn it, I pressed the wrong button. I'm new in this world. Well, you're gonna, like, if you're gonna get into memory overclocking, you're gonna be spending a few months at a minimum drowning. Have fun. The pool is very deep. Try not getting stuck at the bottom of it. CL32 or lower assured Hynix with 6400? Yes. Well, yeah, that should be. I don't think you'd... 1.38 10700K while gaming is normal. Yeah, that sounds completely normal and safe. And of course, it just wiped my bloody settings. You know what? Maybe I'll just turn gear down back on. You know? Because, yeah, that probably would help a lot. Did I unplug the fan? I did unplug the fan. There's no fan. The 850 is actually a sensible value. I'll disable that just in case. Or nah, I'll leave it auto. I don't feel like covering that in the video. Training options. Zero, please? There we go. $200 is really not very much for a 10700K. $250 or more, like, yeah, that would be in the territory of a lot of power consumption for an 8-core, 14-nanometer Intel CPU. But 200 watts is honestly quite tame by my standards. I've never seen my 10700K draw more than 190 watts. Well, evidently you're running it at normie settings. In Cinebench, like, here... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've done 250 watts in Cinebench. Easily. I've done 150 watts in Cinebench on a quad-core 14-nanometer Intel CPU. No, I don't think it was 1.5. I think it was like 1.45, something like that. I'm gonna have a new FCLK limit design? I don't know, maybe. Do I look like I work at AMD? And if I did work at AMD, would you be able to ask me that question and get an answer? No. Thanks, Cowfeeder. One day last summer, I stumbled upon one of your RAM timing reaction videos, and that's what got me into memory OC. I can't thank you enough. I've gained more FPS in gaming through RAM tuning than other OC. Cool. E650E Taichi Lightweight, what? Oh, somebody asked about a motherboard. 202 for 5.2. That is a very good CPU. Okay, yeah, there's no fan on the DIMMs. Well, let's see if if gear down mode gets it to not crash on loop 2. Five-hour OC stream. The last OC stream was 12 hours. Oh, and it just keeps crashing. That is very interesting. It very consistently just dies on loop 2. I wonder if this memory kit just can't. Like, maybe there are some binning differences between various kits of Hynix A die. I mean, 24 gigabit M die. Because, like, I tried though admittedly I only tested that. No, I did tighten some of the timings. Oh, I don't think I took a screenshot because I'm a dum-dum. Damn. Because I do remember pre-testing this, like, CPU and motherboard with the 8000 rated kit that I have from V-Color, and it worked. Like, surprisingly well. It errored out after, like, 16 hours of Carhu, which was frustrating, to say the least. But yeah, getting Y-Cruncher to run wasn't like some massive chore. So why doesn't this work? Is it literally just silicon? Like, is the silicon quality that different? Or are my timings garbage? You know what? We're gonna try just looser timings. Music choice to be like it is today. The music choices for the streams are always the same. Because, like, all of the music on stream is music I've made, and as for why it's so horrible, I like industrial noise, so deal with it. Though, to be completely fair, my first album does actually really suck. At least a good chunk of my first album does really suck. What's your main rig? Wait, mine? A 7800X3D with a 4070 Ti on a X670 EAORS Master with two 16 gig sticks of 16 gigabit Hynix M die from the Z690 launch. They're like engineering sample memory sticks. There, that's gotta run. Nah, I don't believe that that's going to make a difference. Oh, wait, influenced your music choice. Oh, I completely misunderstood the question. Well, well, my like music progression was like Linkin Park, Green Day, Marilyn Manson, Slipknot, then Pig Destroyer, which is like straight up grindcore, Nazum, and then, yeah. So, basically... And, like, I was a fan of Linkin Park when I was, like, 7 or something. Or maybe 9? Something like that. Oh, so there was some 41. Yeah. Also, like, oh, I also remember liking, like, All American Rejects. Simple Plan. This would be, like, middle school-ish? My dad introduced me to Ministry. The industrial band. What's best DDR5 die to overclock? Hynix A die or Hynix 24GB M die? Rage Against the Machine. Wait. So, never been a, like... So, they have that song that, like, everybody knows that I've managed to forget the name of right now. I like that. And then I've, like, tried listening to some other Rage Against the... Rage Against the Machine, music, and didn't like it. Yeah. Have you ever tested a EVGA Z790 Dark? Yes, I have one. It sits on the desk next to me. I hate it just as much as I hate all the other Intel motherboards. The original... Oh, you just need to try harder to get DDR5-8000 to work, bro. Definitely possible. Just the board. It's like a big version of the ITX Edge from MSI. In the most, like, in a very literal way. Because they have the same number of M.2 slots. which is kind of funny to me that like you have like a massive, like the Dark is huge, and there's only 3 M.2 slots on it. And then you have the MSI ITX, which is tiny and has 3 M.2 slots. And in terms of memory overclocking behavior, they're basically exactly the same. They work pretty consistently up to 7600, and then you go over 7600 and all hell breaks loose. Though, the Dark does have, like, better, well, better power delivery from, like, a not overheating perspective. The ITX with its 10-phase V-Core VRM, like, it gets real hot if you decide to, like, push a, like, 24-core Intel on it. Edge is better at OC. They're both 2-stick DIMMs. I mean, 2-stick boards. And no, the Edge isn't really better. It's, like I said, the same. Like, very, very similar. The Dark has, like, an uncanny ability to boot settings that shouldn't work. The Edge doesn't replicate that. Or at least the last time I tried the Edge, like, the Edge would not really boot settings that were incredibly unstable, whereas the Dark would just boot like, I think the Dark just kind of booted, like, 8400, 8600, and it was completely unusable at that point, but, like, it did boot, whereas the Edge would kind of max out at, like, 8266. Okay, so turning on gear down mode made things a bit better, but it did not fix them. But also I loosened out a bunch of timings, and that did help. So, evidently, this is a timing issue. What temp did the DIMMs get to? 55. Yeah, that's not that hot. Worth it to go over 6000 on the memory with a 7950X? Define worth it, but if you're asking me, I'd say no. No reason to run it that high. What to do? More hopes the new M Power board will be better. I do not care. I don't have hopes. I just don't think about Intel CPUs anymore. Or at least I try not to think about Intel CPUs. And especially not Intel motherboards. Intel CPUs aren't real and they can't harm me. That's my opinion on any Intel hardware at this point. Like, it's been a really, really long time since I've had a piece of hardware where it's like, man, I don't want to use this. Like, the last time I've been in this situation was like the Rampage 5 Extreme. Absolutely cursed motherboard. So now we have an entire cursed socket. I mean, to be fair, X99 was also just generally very cursed, but and LGA 1700 isn't quite as bad, but it's bad. You suggest dual rank 2x32 or single rank 2x16? For max performance, 2x16 is better. Kind of like not liking shovels. What's not like... Kind of like not liking shovels? Me hating Intel CPUs? Well, imagine if your shovel randomly folded itself up every time you tried to dig with it. Or, well, tried to dig faster with it. Like, you tried to stab it into the ground too hard, and it just, like, folds over. So you need to, like, very gently push on it. Because if you try to, like, you know, use it quickly, it just stops working. Until a shovel would melt through dirt anyhow? No, it would melt itself. Oh, Mr. Shovel, do you have enough cooling? Oh, Mr. Shovel, are all your voltages correct? Oh, Mr. Shovel, am I holding you wrong? Is this dirt too hard for you? Yeah, except the CLDO VDDP right now isn't on auto, and with a different memory kit, I was having far fewer issues at 8000. Though I think that was also at, like, looser timings, so it's the issue. Idiot me didn't take a screenshot of whatever the hell those settings were. I might end up cheating by, like, putting the 8000 rated kit back in, checking what works on that, and then going to this kit. Which that's not really cheating. Well, it's kind of cheating, because, like, realistically, if you were doing this from scratch, you wouldn't have the privilege of just using an 8000 rated kit to figure out what you need to punch into your 6000 rated kit. Like, Intel CPUs are fun when you just, like, want to run 3D Mark or something, and then it's like, oh, but what about, like, I don't know, running a stress test? Yeah, I can't do that. Or Cinebench after clearing CMOS. Also can't do that. For R7-7800X 3D, what is the best overclock? And timings? What do you think all the 2x24 memory kits, like 8000 rated memory kits, use? 6400 CL24. I'm pretty sure for 6400 CL24 you need so much voltage that won't work. But 6400 CL26 should be within the realm of reality. Nah, 6400 isn't about your FCLK, it's about your UCLK. A lot of CPUs will simply not do 3.2 gigahertz UCLK without, like, more SoC voltage than is permitted right now. Speaking of Intel, any recommendations for 240, 280 class AIO? Pray. Because they ain't gonna cool a 14900K. Okay, so this is very interesting. it keeps crashing on loop 2. Every time. It just crashes on loop 2. Is it possible to get CL30 with CL36 Samsung RAM? At 6000 I think it should be. Might get stuck at 32. Oh, you're not using a 14900K. Oh, well, that'll at least make it not a massive thermal disaster, but I don't know off the top of my head which AIOs are good and which are bad. You'll have to check reviews from somebody else for that. Okay, I am actually just going to lower the memory speed now, because this is so strange. Like, it's always loop 2. And it's loop 2 with, like, several different voltage settings at this point. Is 1.35 VDDIO and VDDQ good or high for 6200? It just kind of doesn't matter that much. Like, if it works, then it's good. Move away from 8000? No, you have a gene. And if it already works at 8000 on auto settings, then, like, tightening up some timings should literally not cause any issues. But off the top of my head, I don't have recommendations right now. Actually, you could watch the DDR5-8000 video that I did with the Tachyon and just, like, look at the timings that I'm running there and run something similar to that. Is the TRAS TRC equals TRCD plus RTP valid on DDR5 or no? No, it doesn't. That rule is completely meaningless. And it wasn't even valid on DDR4. Just, like, fun fact. Actually, I don't think it was even valid on DDR3. VT3 failing the 8th test rather than the 3rd, it's getting more stable. Yeah, that generally means you're making some progress. Man, I bet it's gonna take so long to error out at 7800. Because the funny thing with Ryzen is it, like, breaks really cleanly. Unlike Intel, like 7600, like I was, just for fun, I tried like 7600 CL30 with a different memory kit, and it just worked. And then that same memory kit, 7800, with, like, way looser timings, massive pain to stabilize. So literally, like, you go up by 200 and it just, like, completely breaks. So I'm thinking, like, yeah, go from 8000 to 7800, and, like, 7800 might actually just be completely stable, and then you go back up to 8000 and it's completely broken. And unfortunately, there isn't a 1950 FCLK option because motherboard manufacturers are like, very clever. Well, here comes the dreaded loop 2. Is there a good guide from you to tune 3636? I'm pretty sure I've done a video for Samsung. Just watch that and use it as like inspiration. I think it was at 6200 probably, but that'll probably work on your CPU as well. It's probably labeled something like Samsung on Ryzen memory overclocking. I don't remember at this point. I made that video a long time ago. As in like months ago. It was a 2x16 Corsair kit. Rated at 5600 CL36. I think it ended up at like 6200 CL32 with like the TRCD was very low because it's Samsung. I am too tired. The thing is, I don't want to go to sleep and then, like, wake up and it's going to be, like, aired out at loop 4. Right? Because that's just dumb. It was just like, man, it could have been running stress tests if I had just started it with more stable settings. Nah, Micron DDR5, especially the original 16 gigabit A-die, is actually just completely terrible. Like, it literally, like, getting it to 5600 is an achievement. What are your CPU temps like with a 240mm AIO? And hit 90C, 91 max. It's averaging like 80 something. It's only been running for 6 minutes though right now, and the room temperature is pretty cold. Well, the memory sticks are at 60 degrees now. Man, this is like very stable. This is gonna be so annoying to deal with. Do I even bother? It's like, yeah, this is gonna be an absolute nightmare to make 8000 work. Because this is exactly that kind of... Wait, why are the terminations what they are? The hell is 48, 48, 40? What the hell, board? Well, if I didn't notice that, that would be really stupid. If that's why 8000 doesn't work, that will, yay. Well, I am actually just way too tired, so I am going to bed. Because I've been up since like 1 PM yesterday, and it is currently 7 AM. So, bedtime. Oh man, I really hope I don't sleep through the delivery guy showing up with the 5700X3D, because that would suck. Because they were supposed to deliver it today, but they didn't manage to get to me, and so, you know, would really suck if if they tried to deliver it in the morning, and I'm like too asleep to like get up for the bell. Though the bell is really freaking loud. So I think there's only been one instance of me like waking up because I heard the bell, and then being so tired that I just like fell back asleep again. So yeah, anyway, that'll be the end of the stream. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.